Good morning, guys. All right. Beyond volume a little higher today. Yeah, IWM's running pretty hard, or was running pretty hard at open. So a little bit of tailwind there. Mag 7's not doing so hot, and a big fucking pile of puts came in at market open at 51.50. Well, across all the strikes, but primarily at 51.50, which is dragging down price action quite a lot. EU data was really bad in the overnight session. I'm actually surprised they didn't drop more. I think their industrial production's like bottoming out hard, and then England, despite absolutely denying it, is without a doubt in a recession. Both stabilizing here, I think so, or at least trying very hard to. There's also in the money puts coming in at 5,200. What the fuck? Are those sold? Yeah. Fucking 50, yeah, 5,200. I think they look pretty fucking sold. Maybe they're not. Why are they so far out of it's hard to tell because they're so far in the money. Hmm. What's the fucking delta on that? 0.91? I think they're trying to get their charm back. That's super degen. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of fucking is. Or it's genius if it's bears. There's more call side support at 60. I look at the chart I posted this morning at market open. We got another like little call wall that came in at 60, but 55 flipped negative. And last night 55 was like the stronger of the two downside supports for calls. So 60, 65 are a little bit stronger this morning, but not substantially. 70 strong, but 75 is weaker. And then 80, 90 still have a shitload of calls on them. It's in the pickles picks and like the morning update. They're for today. The fucking, I mean, it's not a ton, but there's like 950,000 gamma on the negative 950,000 gamma on the 5200 strike. Net. This is very much looking like a bear flag. No. Well, not yet. Starting to form one. Hmm. Calls the upside are a bit overpriced here. I should say quite overpriced. But tech is getting fucking hammered. Holy shit. Netflix is down. Costco is down 1%. Nvidia down 2. Meta 1.5. Microsoft half. AMD's down 3%. Tesla's down 2. So only Amazon and Google are up. Amazon's not even up very much. Interesting. Yeah, NQ hit hard. Interestingly, it was the mortgage data that hit NQ the hardest. The fucking mortgage rates down like 16, 18%. Mortgage applications are way down 7.1, and the last week was 9.7. Mortgage market index is up, but the refinances went way up. 480.3 versus 428.1. Purchase index is pretty flat. Big spikes in refinancing with rates this high is not a good look. BNED 8K out. Anything juicy? What they file an 8K for? Their earnings came out last night. So the news seems to be that there's still in ongoing discussions to evaluate options to strengthen liquidity, which sounds a lot better than we're going to go bankrupt if we don't refinance some of our debt. Um, but their projection for 2024 adjusted EBIT uh, is still around like 40 million. And then quarter three sales beat 256.7 million. I think the analyst expectation was like, or sorry, 456.7 million. And the analyst expectation was like 446 and change. But they beat on sales by, it was about like, I think it was like 17 or 18 million. And then they had an 18-cent loss per share for the third quarter. But this isn't nearly as bad as it looked. And their interest payments, I mean, might be ballooning towards the end of the year, but they're not that bad right now. Remember that time BTU was super consistent? Extremely consistent? I sure do. Has BTU been inconsistent? Looks like it's doing the same shit it's been doing for the last 2 years. Oh, okay. Too good of a company to go down. Not enough interest in coal to go up. It's a weird situation. Yeah, how's HBM doing? I haven't looked at that in fucking ages. Oh, shit. Oh, look at that. We're way up on HBM. Why does nobody tell me about these things? Fucking Christ. It's up like 37% since the middle of Feb. Nice. They're acquiring shit? I don't ever get notifications from Fidelity on this. HBM, set it and forget it. Yeah, I mean, that was the idea, but still. You read notifications from Fidelity? Sometimes. So the at the money put is 7. The 70 call is a little bit askew there. Well, so much for getting bullish. But we haven't dropped enough to get bearish yet. This is going to be a fun day. How's the flow? Are bulls going to save this? Maybe not. It's not great. It's not really great at all. They're gonna try. Calls are really fucking expensive, though. How much did I get back on the... Oops. So sold it for $270. So made $1.48 back. This was... Ooh. What is top doing? Nice. Top's got a little bit of volume coming in too. No, Beyond doesn't have a lot of covering going on today. Which means that most of the upside on it's just being driven by IWM, but that's fine, right? It's keeping it stable. At least preventing it from falling back below trend. Which it did slip below a little bit this morning. It's actually starting to get pretty fucking illiquid. ETF liquidity is almost where it was prior to the earnings run. Liquidity on the underlying is really low too, and it's still on reg show as far as I'm aware. Price target for top runs in the near future. I mean, $2 would be cool. But if they drop their earnings, I don't know what it could run to. It really depends on what they say. Maybe they have a turnaround plan. Or maybe they don't. Are they filling out the 85-90 range? A little bit. Most of their buying seems to be at 60 and 70. I'm not sure those calls aren't just being sold. They're very expensive. I'd sell them. It's ridiculous. Look at the price on these fucking things. The 770-75 spread. Is selling for almost $2. Actually, the spreads aren't that great. Well, I mean, the 75 one is, but the rest aren't. Keep an eye on top for a minute. Some of that's starting to squeeze off a bit. No improvement on gold. Gold's coming back a little bit this morning, but not much. Dollar's still flat. Somehow, Great Britain, 3 months into negative GDP, and the pound's up on the dollar. I think QQQ slips 440 here. I'd like it to bounce a little so I can close the call side of my straddle. Are private share offerings to hedge funds as bad as public ones? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, unless they have like a lockup or something. Beyond volume now at 400K. Okay, that's just not a lot. All right, that wasn't. That's definitely not worth writing a sentence about. Top integrating AI on their plastic lids. Sure, yeah. AI food freshness tracking. It comes with a little app that tells you, it's got Bluetooth, and it tells you when your food's going bad, so you know when to eat your leftovers. Actually, that's a genius idea. Fridges have that now. The one I don't like screens on my refrigerator. I mean, I have a screen on my refrigerator and my freezers, but like, it doesn't do a lot. It just tells me the temperature. I only have 3 day trades on this yellow account. Is a blessing and a curse. Makes you take your time, but also I would have loved to have repositioned my calls at open. Yep, that part's a bitch. It can measure volatile organic compounds as your food rots. You don't want your food to rot. That's, god damn it. The whole point is to eat it before it rots. Cookies and leche, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. If you already have your YouTube account hooked up on the Discord, you should be all set. But if you don't, DM me and let me know. I'll get you set up. The top calls bids have raised a whopping $2 since the rip. Scammer MM. Yeah. When will Fubo be a good buy again? I mean, it's cheap as shit. It's just risky. What, are you scared? No, I mean, you should be. There's a lot of risk there. SCX bullish again over 5170? Yes, sir. Well, more bullish. Incrementally as it goes up. It would take more effort than most people are willing to put out in the act of putting food in the fridge. That's true, but there's a lot of people with OCD, and for them, they would love it. You missed my horrible nightmare post. Probably, yeah. I wasn't paying attention. Where do you think we're going today? Up? Just like slower start. Well, you don't no, you don't need to fucking type anything. That's what your Tupperware LLM assistant is for, right? You just have like a magnet on your fridge that's an AI that's just a large language model, like a chat bot, right? And you just tell it what you're putting in the fridge. You're like container number 4, beef stroganoff, 48 hours. And then it makes a note. Get with the fucking times, grandpa. I hate everything about what you're saying, but it's actually where we're headed. I'm just trying to save Tupperware, man. No one's buying AI Tupperware yet. Of course, you already know I don't live in a place with a screen on my refrigerator. Ah, yes, the Midwest. True. Can this AI magnet verbally shame me into better eating? Like, hey, fatty, you sure you want that cookie? Maybe. That could be the best use of a large language model ever. Just kink shaming people. Of course, I'm sorry for not realizing sooner. I'll go back to the old folks' home for bingo. I don't know how you expect to get Series D funding with that thought process, D engineer. This is why you're poor. This is why you're a poor engineer. You could have like 7 AI startups right now if you just get with it. Wasn't that an episode of Silicon Valley where the guy hacked the smart fridge and just made it do messed up stuff? I don't remember, but it sounds like an episode of Silicon Valley. How about AI bingo? The seniors would love it. Bingo GPT. I can glue a sound chip that says the same phrase on a Tupperware and call it AI. Now you get it. If Shrimp announced an AI partnership with NVIDIA, how much would the memeing go up on the Discord, do you think? I mean, that would be the most bullish NVIDIA announcement that we've ever heard. Serious question. Theoretically, how would you shame someone whose kink is being shamed? Oh, you compliment them. It's pretty easy. Makes them really uncomfortable. Instant boner killer. As an aside, you're very ruggedly handsome today. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Not the best timing, but well done. My kink is AI shrimp. Just like little helmets for each shrimp, right? And then you can monitor them as a swarm. Hive mind. It's like parallelizing computational methods, except you use shrimp. Each shrimp produces a random number. Shrimp with lasers. Market down, VIX down. Well, it's bouncing a little bit, which apparently Tup doesn't like. Given a large enough number of shrimps, you'll eventually end up with next week's lotto numbers. Yeah, and then they can pay off their executives. We have a huge pile of 5200 Cs for AM Friday, for AM expiry Friday. Could bulls rocket this tomorrow on bad data again, like CPI? Their best bet is to try to push for those options today. Bears are still pretty angry, in case you didn't notice the, like, 150,000 puts at, like, 5150. Rar, yeah, exactly. I got my first ad ever in German. What? God, I've fallen out of favor with all English advertisers. Oh well. It's time to go make commercials in Japan. You mean the terrible data for the past 3 months? Yeah. I mean, it's not getting better, right? Google doesn't know that, Maeve. Shrimp stroganoff? That sounds disgusting. I'm just gonna sell energy drinks in Japan that are just. I'm just gonna strip the label off of US energy drinks and relabel them. So the overhead will be pretty high, but in Japan, I'm gonna market them as being the best way to work 16-hour days. Or 5110 is the target. Well, 5110 wouldn't be a very good hedge, would it? I can't see that being sold as a spread. Maybe. Seems kind of pointless to buy the 5110 at that point. Like as well as a credit spread. AMD no longer an AI company. I thought those couldn't go down. Well, unless Nvidia goes down. And Nvidia has gone down, right? Nvidia just not happy. I want to share what I learned today from a beautiful soul. Everyone needs to live by these words. No asshole, no holy hole, double soul shaman. Beautiful. Quick, someone call another analyst to upgrade NVIDIA. Virtual events are a hot trend in Japan. Time to plan a kickoff party. What are your thoughts on BNED's earnings report last night? I mean, I think it's fine. I think they need some money, but other than that, it seems fine. Sales were up, which is good. We're not really at the beginning of this. I think they make all their money at the beginning of the school year, but yeah, sales were up. So that's kind of cool. Well, I guess they make all their money in the beginning of the fall and spring semester, so they have like two generally profitable quarters and then two shitty ones, but yeah, they need a little bit of extra cash. If they could consolidate some of their debt, even at the higher interest rate, I think they'd be in a better position. What options do trade in the pre-market? Your options don't. SPX has Globex, which covers all the hours of the day that SPX isn't open. And then futures are a 23-hour market. Is Carvana moving up? I still have. Oh, you still have sold shit on it? Why? It kind of is. It's almost at $80. I don't really have a preference. STD slot machine. Call another analyst to upgrade Boeing to assert dominance. Huh. Smart. Things are getting progressively more bullish. Very slowly. That doesn't look good though. Ew. Huh. Bull's gonna fuck this up? There's a lot of bullish momentum on the shorter dated time frames, but on the longer ones, it's getting very, very bearish. Hmm. Forward returns are starting to fall off. Jesus, are we gonna fucking, like, crash? Black Monday? So, I don't really show you guys this stuff very often, but for the sake of educational purposes. So 45-day rolling forward returns on SPX have exploded. This doesn't happen a lot. I mean, like June a little bit, not nearly as much as now. June, July, right? Then they start falling off. Like pre-October 2021. Well, going into October 2021, yeah. And then, we had that like little rally through December and then the market tanked. COVID's almost this high. Yeah, pre-COVID's not even this high. I mean, this is definitively like a blow off top, like short recall. Everyone's selling fucking everything. It looks like a needle to pop the bubble. Yeah, that's like the craziest it's gotten since like the trade war shit. Well, eventually these forward returns will come in lower, at which point uh things get really ugly. I should buy more puts. Huh. What's the timeline for a scenario like that? I mean, it depends on how much more this is going to peak. I mean, obviously, it could still go up more, but they don't seem to last very long. $50. 19 days. $18. But then it bounced back. Well, that was still like a 5% drop, but then it bounced back. The next peak was like 14 days. And that was like 40. It's like 20 to 40 days. Depending on where we are in that process. Hmm. Oh, Dork, today's crossover day. That's been a while. Yeah. Woo! I'll spray champagne all over my new house. Excellent. Just tell me my April 420p's on QQQ might print. Maybe. Mm. Of course, QQQ's down bad. Still a little momentum on the shorter dated side. Where did you find that gif? Oof, glad I bailed on my calls. I have a feeling you won't be. 5150p's are still pretty cheap. Yeah. If only the bulls would stop buying the fuck out of calls. And I don't think any options are cheap today. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. But it's not cheap. This is pathetic. Where are the pumpies? Why is VIX going up again? Hmm. Ooh, Vixpiration. I forgot about that. Oh my god, Dork. Look what they did to my forward yield on fall. Killed my boy. TikTok ban through the house. Oh shit. The backbone of the American economy, TikTok, is about to be banned. What'll happen to this so far resilient influencer crowd? They'll have to get jobs. They're not prepared for that. What's the next support for Tesla? 168. Opportunity on Meta due to TikTok ban. I wonder who wins there. No one. What makes you think Kevin O'Leary has enough money to buy TikTok? A guy wearing a cowboy hat is protesting outside Congress with a sign that says TikTok changed my life for the better. Huh. Multi-billion-dollar company, de-engineer. Who said it's for sale? Like, the long arm of the CCP's Western propaganda, and they're gonna sell it to Kevin O'fucking Leary. We'll just create another app that's just like TikTok, and then we'll have to ban that. If Jensen Huang has taught us anything, it's that China will have their AI chips. It's just owned by other people's robot overlords. That's like people on Reddit who act like they're on the superior social media platform. It's like, oh, meta? That's evil. They should create this app that makes short videos and call it something catchy, like Vine. Call ramp's still looking weak at 75. Yeah. But 80 and 90 are stacked. There's still puts at 5,200 though. This is the most bullish push we've had all day. Mega vol and mega cap options volumes surpassed stack volumes for the first time since 2021. Yeah, and then remember that those are leveraged 100x. What's wrong, Potato Tom? Big boy is doing stock replacement with options. You go long the option, sell the underlying. They've been doing it for fucking months. If I buy a 2D on Friday, will it make me a quadrillionaire? Absolutely not. Interesting. I think the pump might be failing a bit here. Head and shoulders? No, we were pretty close to crashing in October last year. Well, we were at least pretty close to a large number of bank failures. There's no full port weekly puts is because the worst thing that could happen is I leave broke, but that's okay because I started off broke, so nothing to lose, right? Um, I guess that's one way to look at it. The knives are very slippery. We lost the 75 level, which has a lot of the charm, and then we just failed to regain it, which is also pretty bearish. Mm. 40 and 26. But I made 140 there. Well, I sold those for 26. Okay, well, that's not bad. Oh. Okay. Momentum's starting to turn more bearish on the shorter time frames. So it looks like that's 73 test is about the best the bulls could do for now. I think we're staying flat in the PPI. I mean, there's not a lot of fucking support here if we lose 5160. Things get really bearish really fast. Thanks, Tyler. Is the Bulls' dream of 5,200 dead? It depends on how much ground they lose here. If they can hold 51, 55, 5160, maybe not, but probably for today. Because if we drop much more, the 80s and 90s are going to sell off, and then that's going to kind of kill their chance at getting enough momentum to push up that high. What an abysmal showing. I mean, yeah, that's usually what happens, but there's a lot of puts at 5150. Quite a lot of puts. There's a 30-year bond auction this afternoon. Yeah. $22 billion. Oh. Oh, it doesn't look good. Neckline on that is like 5125. Nvidia's failing VWAP again. Microsoft's okay. Apple doesn't look very good. Tesla's still holding 170. Google's doing alright. IWS, we're starting to lose breadth now too. Dow's falling. RSP's pulling back. Holy shit, the bear flag actually broke down. What is this? It kind of looks like a double bottom to the 5160. Maybe. Although I don't think this recovery looks very good. I think things only get more bearish from here. It's not a very strong bounce for a double bottom. That's definitely not a bullish reversal. Vol's still picking up. What's the dollar doing? The dollar looks like it's double bottoming. $10 at 5.17. Gap today. $70. Put selling, call buying. Pump. Yeah, 75 is still pretty weak. Charms in Bull's favor above 5170, above 5175. I mean, it's in their favor above 5150 and 5125 too, but less so. Hmm. It's a resistance. Are you talking about this? It's just upside resistance. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that might be the extent of the pushback here. It's still a little early to say, but they're starting to lose momentum again. Delta's falling off. Someone's selling the calls they're buying. Huh. Still getting a lot of vol short though. QQQ is kind of holding up. IWM's bouncing back a little. Any movement with the 5200p? They've increased a bit. 500,000. Yeah, someone's selling the fuck out of the 8085 call, Dark. Yeah. It's very grindy. A little more delta there. Huh. Is that enough? Probably not. I think we'd still be pretty far from this actually breaking down, though. Possibly range bound. I don't think the bulls have enough support at 60 to keep us range bound. Most of their support's at like 80, 90. And we're still below that. 70, 80, and 90 are the biggest like bull, like the biggest call walls. I think if bulls fail this, they're fucked. They're fighting back against it really hard, but someone's buying 5,200 puts, it looks like. Um, and someone's selling the 8085. Either the spread or they're just selling both strikes. No, 70 hasn't grown substantially. 60 picked up a little bit. There's still like a lot of volume on the 50 put too. and momentum's starting to pull back again a little bit. Yeah. I would say this could probably fail by like 11:30. If the Bulls don't get 75 by then, it's really bad. Like above 75. I don't see us hitting 50. We could definitely hit 50. How do you monitor momentum? Options. I just got a random text asking me to call for more information on the American digital dollar. Top is in. It's time to destroy our debt. Good morning, Gherk. I left my headphones at home today, so sadly I won't be able to listen to your beautiful baritone whispers that keep my feet off the ground. Cheers. I'm so sorry to hear that, VWasp. I'll send you a private voice message. You can just listen to it over and over again in the work bathroom. Forming the world's tiniest head and shoulders. That's still not 75. Hmm. I wonder if it's just because calls are too expensive. All right. Great. I already lost my edging streak. Better luck next time. Everything we've done this year has been without Apple. Fucking NVIDIA's responsible for like 30% of the index gains. Does SLD start next week? No, it starts today. Where are the new 5150 pits? 0 DTE? If they didn't take profit, they've got to be hurting, no? They are, but I think they're also a spread. Like 5150, 5110. So not too much pain. Not yet, at least. Hmm. Not really getting VIX where they want it. QQQ triple topped on VWAP. That's not a good look. This year's only a few weeks old. We're a quarter of the way into it. Thoughts and prayers are better than shocked and saddened. 1 second. Red candle. Where did Gert go? He's gonna miss it. No, I'm not. Ooh, it's 11:30. It's like I said. Magic. Now we just need more of this. Let's sell off hard as fuck, right? $51.43. We deserve it. I like the way you think. You still have the call side of your straddle? Yeah. I'm moving to Nick patches. Those make me sick. I can't do it. Good luck. I think more bearish. My 50/50s are gonna need it. Gross. What a pathetic attempt. No, we need VIX 14. Why is VIX 14 a crime? If PPI is hot tomorrow, how many bips can we drop? I don't know. Let's see where we close today. Fucking, there isn't even positioning for PPI tomorrow yet. 12,000 going to the 401k this Friday. Thanks for marking the top, Bipolar Bear. Yesterday you mentioned you had a March 15 straddle. Are you still holding on to both of those legs? I closed the call side of it yesterday. But I still have the puts. They're paid for it. I was gonna sell the 5150 against it again today, but now it seems risky. My MNQ short 7:30 a.m. stopped out by 2 points in the stop out candle. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry to hear that. It's looking like we're gonna get a leg down still. Your timing is perfection. Well, we've gotten one leg down. We'll see if we get a continuation. Bulls really don't want to lose 65 or 60. It would be very bad. They may not have a choice, but it would still be very bad. Pickles picks? Or are you just talking about PPs? Is the one drawing all the lines for them to bounce off of? Let the downside breathe. No. Best I could do is put holes in this. Oops. There. Yeah, there's awful lot of out of the money call gamma that expires this week that is currently not in the money. It's... The fuck is that? Hmm. Oh, that's awkward. Let's see what's going on here. Someone's still selling a lot of calls, and we're getting more puts at 60, 70, 75, 80. A lot of puts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of puts coming in. Uh-oh. Carpe diem bears. Carpe diem. Seize the carp. Gherkin, if you hit 51.33 before close today, I promise you I won't talk about shrimp for a week. It's okay. I just ignore you when you do it anyway. How long are they going to edge us for? I don't know, but I feel the sweet release of Climax coming in the air. Pun intended. Look at all this bearish sentiment. I bet my IWM puts are down 50%, right? That's awkward. Yeah, dump it. Yes, it's starting to lose support. $50 seems reasonable, but holy shit, there's a lot of puts at that strike. Volume's moving up. Finding some sellers. I'd imagine that there's more below 52.28. VIX is starting to move up a little. Oil's up 2% today. Are we getting some stability from energy? Just everything except tech. Everything's green but tech. It's a lower low. I update them every night. Sometimes they don't change. I mean, it really just depends the levels we're trading at. What's up, Yo-Yo Sugar Free? Yeah, still hanging out. I don't believe in retirement. How's the sentient blender that you have to feed? It's been a while. What's up, mass spectrometer? Was everyone coming back right now? Because the market's down 18 points? They successfully passed the tech bag to retail. Maybe. And the Mag 7's doing really shitty today. Specifically NVIDIA. Meta's not doing too great. Tesla's hasn't been doing good for a while. Imagine not selling off your tech holdings before PPI after yesterday's slaughter. True. TLT finna be splort. I don't know what that means, but awesome. Google's up due to the TikTok ban. Google's barely up. Amazon's up a little bit. That's not enough to carry the fucking index, though. Not when Nvidia's dropped 300 fucking basis points. The fuck is splort? I don't know, man. I'm getting old. VIX is still under 14. And we're losing 65 here. Still more puts coming in. And calls being sold. So even this consolidation's a little bearish. Yeah, we're getting more 60 puts. A little bit more on the 75 put. 55 puts are growing. 50 puts are growing. Are bulls losing? What's this world coming to? This is the best. Dixie and yields getting turned up while we drop. If they manage to turn this around, I'm actually full porting 5200 Cs for Friday. Awkward. Do you think we rebound after SLD? Rebound on what? Half the options expire Friday. Some is the closest it's been to 130 in ages. It's probably time to sell covered calls then, huh? Is Fubo up today because Atomic closed out covered calls? Ooh, I did too. What happening? Bulls are slowly losing ground to pretty persistent put buying. Move this way. Boop. Hate all the chop though. Hmm. Let's see if puts come back in again. $68.12, $68.25. Hmm. This is about where we sold off from to 40 yesterday too, right? Yeah. Bulls are stabilizing momentum a little bit on the 5 minute. It's the world's slowest breakdown. I hate this shit. Goddamn motherfucking tip buyers. Eh. Volume on futures is still pretty low. We've had first and second drop, but what about third? We'll see. We're not getting a lot of put capitulation, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, someone's still buying puts, but someone's also buying calls. Looks like they're buying the 5170 pretty heavily. Not so much the 75. Ooh, big vol short. Hmm. Puts are still buying. Someone's still buying the 75 put, which is weird. And the 5200 put is still growing. So those aren't capitulating on any of these bounces. I blame the YM buyers personally. Yeah, Dow's doing pretty well. I mean, Russell Dow, like breadth is doing pretty well, and oil's up. Which is kind of padding the massive sell-off in tech. But yields are moving up again. Dollar looks like it's getting ready to maybe bounce one more time. Correlation hasn't really turned around, but vol yield is picking up. We're pricing on like 71 points of cuts now, so we're down from this morning. Dow doesn't look so hot either. Is that live? Yeah. Are all those puts 0 DTE? Yeah. Hmm. All right, bullish momentum looks like it's, yeah, kind of topping out here again. So bulls pushed again and failed to get 75. Yeah, another lower high. See if we get a lower low. TLT's picking up steam to the downside. Yeah, yields are picking up and dollar bounced. So I said dollar looked like it was about to bounce. It did. I don't know if dollar's going to pick up a ton of momentum off that bounce, but it could. It's kind of bullish. But yields moved up a lot. Yields are almost back to, wow, actually a little bit above where they were this morning. That's the 10-year is a little lower though. Or yesterday. It's yesterday, right? Wait, no. So this morning. Yeah, 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah, the financials don't look bad. I think people are just worried about them acquiring more debt, but I think they need the cash. So I'd like to see them have a better liquidity standing and a little bit more debt than them not assume more debt and just try to survive on their cash flows. But their sales were up, which is good. 2% over the last quarter, I think. Will Bears be able to break the call wall at 65? Time will tell. They're buying a lot of 75 puts. I don't think, personally, think the call wall at 65 is all that strong. 70 is, but 65 kind of sucks. We fall under 65, gamma turns negative. So that's why they're trying to defend 65 all day. Because like if we really lose it again, we're probably gonna move down to like 5150 or close to 5150 at least. I don't see momentum like getting any better though. I mean, it looks like long term, it looks like bulls are losing ground. There's a lot of like out of the money, like far out of the money call capitulation on tomorrow's expiry and Friday's expiry. So some of the bulls are just giving up. We also have like a weird number of in the money puts being bought, which is strange. It's not something we usually see very often. I feel like the scale's got a tip for the MM here eventually. Hmm. And 10 years almost at 4.2. Short-term momentum's starting to turn bullish again. I'm gonna try to push 75. Longer term, still really bearish. Exhausting. Ooh. Volume's picking up on the 80 put. Call volumes kind of fell off right there. Just freaking drop. It's a battle. At least the Bears are fighting for it. Right? And that's nice. Yeah, go TBT. Who would have thought that reg showing a bunch of leveraged 20-year ETFs would be bearish. Silver up 3%. I really don't care either way. Auction in 50? Yeah. I mean, there's definitely no small amount of holding this up that's waiting for the auction, but it'd be cool if we could lose 65 before then. That's like 22 billion. Good chance of a tail. Maybe. It's not very big, and the 30 year is already up like 44 points today. It's like 4.356. I would say the chances of it printing a tail are pretty mid. Although, I don't think China or Japan are going to be buyers. Actually, you know what? If dollar doesn't move up too much by 1 o'clock, or if it falls back down a little, then maybe. Dude, HBM is fucking rocketing today. It's up fucking 60%. Where's Esha? I fucking told you, you son of a bitch, impatient bastard. Centaur with little wheels instead of legs? $60%? Yeah. No, I'm up 60%. It's up 7% today. I've been buying this pile of shit at 430 for like a year and a half now. I thought you didn't like mining companies. It was literally a pickles pick. Don't give me that. I'll find it. Oh man, I wrote way too much about this. 12/27/22. I own it, so it must have been a pickles pick. You expect a pickle jar to hold over a year and a quarter? What do you fucking sell at a loss? The the fucking You see this part? With copper prices likely to increase as commodity markets heat up into 23, 24, I expect this company will perform well. Currently trading at 3.5x EV EBITDA with a sector average around 7x. There seems to be plenty of value, even with a stagnant copper market. An increase in spot price could drastically improve its multiple. The biggest risk factors here are slow permitting and development of sites in the US and current political turmoil in Peru. See where it says 23, 24? You guys suck. You fucking give away free money and no one wants it. It's even got a dividend. It's a shitty dividend. What's up, Nuke? Dude, you can't fucking do this to me when I'm streaming. God, we need to smooth those. That's disgusting. That's not you. That's Dork's fault. They're trying to kill the VIX. I just assume anybody willing to pump this much money into the SPX right now is probably willing to buy all $22 billion of 30-year notes at auction. Is HBM worth adding to at these prices? No. It's up 60%. No, also not puts. It's like they have like leveraged copper exposure. If copper goes up, you don't want puts on it. Gotta add to those winners, man. I mean, well, there's adding to the winners and there's buying it after it's run, like fucking 30 or 40% in a few days. Just explain that HBM's sort of same like SRF. It's not, but it is. Like a little bit. Man, that one was such a good DD too. Got it? Buy high, sell low. Look at these bullish things I said. I used the word polymetallic, and you guys ignored it? I even use charts with colors. Ooh, English ton. Yeah, exactly. In fairness, that was 2022, and there was still a fair amount of people ignoring anything non-GME related back then. Ugh. What about since then? We're illiterate. Well, I mean, yeah. Bulls are fighting for their lives. Yes. Well, at least as long as they can live into the auction. It looks like they're running out of juice, though. And we've still got 40, 37 minutes. I wonder if we could test 80 again. How much does SRF's price depend on China's near-term recovery prospects? A bit. I mean, the current demand for uranium exceeds the current supply, right? But if China's economy recovers, um, they have plans to build out like I think like 8 more reactors. So obviously that would increase demand on an already weak supply chain. How long before Uber or DoorDash buys out Instacart? Why would they want them? It's a shitty business. Have you ever used Instacart? It's garbage. It's you pay money for someone to put random groceries in a bag that you didn't order and then maybe bring them to you. It's somehow worse than ordering like home delivery from Whole Foods. Yeah, but I think those people also bring drugs. I mean, there's better ways to find a plug if you need one, Mikey. I don't think Instacart's the go-to for that. Yesterday, my Instacart guy gave me some Utz bar mix I didn't ask for. I didn't hate it. Do you have any insight on Bitcoin halving? I have no clue about it, but I want to short BTC so bad at these prices. Is this like a stock split? No. It just reduces the amount of reward gained by miners. Well, it reduces the amount of Bitcoin able to be mined, um, which theoretically should increase the price of Bitcoin, but it usually has kind of a bearish effect when it happens. And then, like after the halving, it usually causes a run. Fox Business, U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says, I regret saying inflation was transitory. She has every expectation that the single biggest contributor to inflation will be moving down this year. What, everything? I work for them on the side. Average about 23, 25 an hour, but that's all dying now. I was waiting for them to get picked up by someone since they only do a fraction of all deliveries. I was just wondering. Yeah, I don't think they're a very attractive buyout for Uber or Lyft or anything like that. I don't know who would want to buy them. I don't think DoorDash has any interest, right? All things Bitcoin are dumb, Matthew Hodge. Yellen saw everything everywhere all at once and took it to heart. Long BTC, dumb. Short BTC, dumb. Not touching BTC, believe it or not, also dumb. I've enjoyed mostly not touching it. I've dabbled a bit, but I mean mostly untouched. BTC is a great idea if you're a gigantic hedge fund and you can buy like blocks of 50,000 coins. No, not I don't think this is a rug yet. Still like a little loss of momentum, but I don't think it's rugging. I think 65 still defended. Fucking log me out of my shit. Ew. Man, they bought so many 70 calls on that run. It's disgusting. We're still getting a lot of puts at 75. But total options interest on the chain has gone up quite a bit over the last like half hour. Equivalently. So I mean, it's still very much mixed. Like puts aren't, or calls aren't really growing in excess of puts and vice versa. But I would say we're probably pinned here until yeah, until the auction. So like BlackRock? Yeah, exactly. That sounds fucking terrible. 48 DTE butterflies? Both Tesla and SpaceX own Bitcoin? I didn't know that. They sold a lot of it at a loss. I feel I deeply regret not getting peer pressured into buying BTC at sub $400 a coin. Imagine how all those people who are playing like RuneScape and trading Bitcoin for like lumber felt. Rough, right? Oil with Russian jitters now that yet another refinery caught a case of Ukrainian drones. Hmm. I think you mean industrial accident. Safety operation. Believe it or not, still playing RuneScape. I feel attacked. No, a Boeing plane part fell off flying above it. Whoa, man. What are you trying to do? Ruin our chances at Boeing sponsorship? Man. RuneScape players need Jesus. Do they? Only old RuneScape Iron Man is worth playing today. I don't know what any of this shit means, but I'll say this much. If you were buying stacks of like Bitcoin for pennies and then using it to purchase shit in RuneScape, you must just feel terrible right now. Jesus couldn't save me from RuneScape. Best $2 million I ever spent. I knew like one of my brother's friends had like I think he had like I don't know, like 40 BTC at like $5. Like $5 a coin. Just to buy gold in fucking RuneScape. That fifth or whatever place prize in a Magic tournament that was 100 BTC compared to $50 in fourth. You could have lived without the food for a week. I had a friend try talking me into it super early. He's retired now. I am not. Rough. There was that giveaway they did, where like if you signed up for the fucking newsletter, you got like 100 free Bitcoin. How about LSD with Bitcoin when it was like $70? Lick that like button, fix. Ew. I just think of Silk Road and all the drugs deals that went down using BTC. Yeah. Any change in momentum or still stuck? Mostly stuck. I guess momentum's getting a little bit more bearish on shorter time frames, but the longer time frames are a little bit flat. Like yeah, I would say that we're pretty stagnant here, which is kind of what I thought based on the positioning. I think we're kind of pinned to like 60, 70 until the auction. There's still a decent number of put buyers though. So bears aren't like giving up or anything. It's just flat. They're just offsetting the call interests. This would be an okay point to pick up a straddle for tomorrow. Maybe. Although I would say that I kind of expect the auction to push us into a bigger move. So there's a possibility that picking up a straddle here, you just want to end up selling it today. Yeah, this is just broken into even more consolidation. I'm thinking maybe before the auction, bulls try to push for 80. I sold the vast majority of my BTC under 17 a coin. I used to mine them. At one point, I was mining 6 to 8 BTC a week. Ouch. Purchased 50 BTC late 2010. Now ex-wife trashed my PC and backups, creating a dead wallet. Ouch. Jesus Christ. So many Bitcoin horror stories. I tried to convince myself to buy BTC like back when I was in college, and I just couldn't. And then the first time I bought it was like when it broke. What was it? It was, I think it was like back when it broke. I think it was back when it broke like 350. So it would have been like 2013 or 2014, something like that. And then I actually held that up to like 10 grand. I didn't have very much of it. I had like 10 coins or something. Um, and I was like, fuck this. I can't believe this is 10 grand. And I sold everything. And then I pretty much ignored it from like 2018 to, I don't know, like the COVID crash, like right around the COVID crash when it started spiking. Um, and then I picked up some at like 12,000 and I sold it like 55. I almost bought it on this last dip again, but I decided not to, which was ultimately not a great choice, but I'm fine with it. I got 10 free BTC from a magazine subscription. I never redeemed it because lol crypto. Everyone in rehab has a Bitcoin story. I had a lot of ETH because like I had way more ETH than Bitcoin. I had a friend who like was really into mining ETH. And then he got like angry and quit and he gave me a bunch of it. And I got to sell that in 2021, which was awesome. Jesus fucking Christ, the ads are going hard today. Ad block. Or long Google. I don't know. Pick one. I'm friends with a lot of spoiled rich kids and nerds. My buddy who gave me this ETH like got really pissed when ETH crashed, like back in like 2018. He was mining a shitload of it, and then he got stuck with a lot of bags, and he was like, "I'm quitting. This is bullshit. Crypto's fucking nonsense." And I was like, "Okay, okay." And he gave me and one of my other buddies, and my other friend like sold everything he gave him like right away at like $80 or some shit. What's up? What am I checking on Discord? With so many people having lost so much BTC, I wonder what the actual number of coins really is. Hmm. The first time I played the lottery back when it was around 4 billion, I bought 3 tickets. I hit 5 numbers, but not the Powerball. I was mad, threw away the ticket, and found out later it was worth $1 million. Jesus Christ. Are all of your friends rich? Um, no, but a lot of them are. Discord stopped working. Did it? It says I'm still connected. Did it like boot me or something? Oh, weird. Yeah, hold on, let me. Is that better? There it goes. Are we gonna see any more downs? Not. I think bulls are gonna try to pump it as hard as they can before the auction and try to clear out their out of the money calls. Because if the auction's bad, this will be their last chance to get them. Which means we'll probably see capitulation on the supporting calls at like 60, 70, which is a lot of what's been holding this up. I don't know if we're going to see it squeeze out any of the puts, because a lot of the puts have been coming in at like 75. But I guess we could. Well, I went to school with a bunch of spoiled rich brats in college, and then I worked with those same spoiled rich brats in finance. That was like most of my adult friends. The Nepo baby bandwagon's big in that business. If it's for friends to do stuff together. Would you mind showing Fubo's tips to you? Suppose I could. It's getting some shorting. Not a ton, but some. I think what's more important is that it's been getting shorted pretty hard for like over a week now, and it's barely dropped fucking 8 cents. Got a few 5150p. Do you think that's still a possibility? Maybe. If the auction's bad and we lose 5160, very well could be. But I think everything right now kind of is just going to boil down to the auction and how that turns out. Because if the auction prints a tail, we're gonna see the 10-year move up above like 4.2. We're probably gonna see the dollar above 103, and that's gonna push equities down pretty hard. Probably vol up too. I will say that Fed fund futures are not pricing in the full 3 rate cuts this year anymore, which is probably not a good story for the auction. Inflation expectations are moving higher. And today's also the start of SLD, so I mean, a little bit on top of all of that, you've probably got some funds looking to sell a peak, right? Because OPEX is big, and I'm sure there's going to be some collateral needed. What do you mean by print to tail? So if the yield at auction, the high yield at auction is in excess of spot, that's considered printing a tail. If the auction doesn't print a tail, bullish? Probably, yeah. Opens up a test of 5,200. Vixbury, that kind of matters. Yeah, I mean, I think in the sense that vol can be more sensitive. Do you think rich kids in those colleges normally care about other kids' families' financial backgrounds in order to make friends with them, or is it not really an issue as long as you're cool? I mean, they care, but it's like they also want to slum it. No matter what happens, bullish. Is it wrong to assume that the crypto pump has something to do with OPEC's collateral situation? I think it has more to do with currency risk and inflation expectations. What does slum it mean? Like hanging out with poor people because it's exciting? You're about 3 months behind, Chris. Can a drop during SLD create new deposit obligations as puts print? Yes. Is that what you're doing right now? Slumming it? Huh. I don't know. Some people in here are rich. I had an academic scholarship, but then I lost it because I switched majors. It's quite thrilling staying at home and playing Boulder's Gate because you're too poor to go out on a Friday night. That's the problem with GameStop. They're selling too much entertainment for too cheap. Just realized Petco, woof, was on the stock market and it's done nothing but get wrecked. You'd think they'd make a lot of money. What was your original major? Bio? We're playing Boulder's Gate now? Oh, Jesus. I feel like Bears aren't in the best position going into this print. What do you mean? They have a ton of puts at 75, 65, and 5,200. The position's pretty stable on both sides. I would say Bulls and Bears are pretty equal right here at 5,170. What time are you showing up to Binghamton to hang out with me this week? I need you to suffer with me while I'm here. Gross. Are you gonna shout anything to indicate if it's bullish or bearish? No. I'm not gonna shout. I'll let you know if there's a tail or not. Your bedside manner would have made you an amazing doctor. No, it wouldn't have. Dollar Tree to close 1,000 stores. Bad timing, but I guess. Yeah, I switched from bio to finance. It wasn't after I started a career in finance. It was just after I decided that I wouldn't make a good doctor. I wanted to be a surgeon. I'm secretly a sycophant. I only have a limp if it's really cold. That's not good. Dollar Tree should be strong during economic bad times, right? But we're not in economic bad times. We're financing our way out of them. And then when we hit the economic bad times, they'll have closed 1,000 stores. You can't be a surgeon with sausage fingers. Orthopedics? One minute. You'd have been more of a neurosurgeon. I actually really liked neuro. I wanted to get into neuro, ortho, or like cosmetic surgery. But that was just because those paid the most. And then I was like, wow, this is a really bad idea to go to school for 12 fucking years to make $500,000 a year. I didn't want to be a heart surgeon. And then after a while, I didn't want to work in orthopedics either. Once you've seen someone forcefully hammer a rod into a femur, you really lose your taste for that. Yeah, it was a really bad idea. I mean, legitimately, I thought I would be a bad doctor because I was in it for the money, and I don't think you can. I don't think you should go to medical school if you're in it for the money. It's not worth it. There's careers that pay far more money with way less training and significantly less debt. Women love doctors, so you get tens if you want that. Women love $20,000 HBM positions and rolling treasuries. Laddered rolling treasury positions. Whew, hot. $3.52 before the auction, no tail. Bid to cover 2.47. That's pretty weak. But no tail. So we test the calls and then what? We still haven't hit 75. That's not a great look. The bid to cover is really bad. Yields dumped a bit. Hmm. Clown candle on TLT. No, no tail. So we got a big spike in call buying, and that was it. Huh. So they slammed the ask and just hoped bears would get stopped out? I think so. Maybe they slam it again. Those in the money puts are really giving them a run for their money, though. Look at that. Still no 75 test. And they have calls locked up at like 80. Yeah, 75 and 80. Not a lot of out of the money call buying on it either. Looks like they mostly bought the 70 really hard. 70, 75. Yeah, not a lot of puts falling off on that. It's a bull flag though. They might come in harder. We'll see. Hmm. Hold on. I'm still pushing a little. I'm trying to see if puts are capitulating on this at all, because if they're not, some. Not very many, though. Definitely a lot of call buying. But not so much of it out of the money, which is odd. Still a lot of the buying at like 75, 70. But almost no put capitulation at the 75 strike. And still a shitload of puts at 51.50. Are puts growing at 5,200? Hold on. Ooh, they are. Yeah, we're getting more 5,200 puts still. This can't be sold. Nobody would be that fucking stupid, right? Hmm. Why do I feel like we're gonna drop so hard? I don't know, maybe because bulls aren't buying enough out of the money calls. They just sell off the 75 calls a bunch? Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, there's just more put buying at 75. Yeah, 75 puts are picking up quite a lot. I don't know if they're being sold. I don't think they are. If they were, though, they'd be positive. Uh, Slightly positive for charm. This is kind of tricky. Yields are still pushing down a little bit, although the 10-year seems to have bottomed out. The 20 and the 30 are still moving down. Dollars dropping too. but the bond buying is pushing vol up a bit. Going up like this is bearish, ain't it? We'll see. RSP's still pretty stable. Oil's still up a lot. I'll say NASDAQ still kind of looks like shit. Hmm. Tricky. We'll see. We'll give it a minute. See if positions move a bit more. Right now, like, not a big dent, despite the better high yield. I think feelings are probably a bit mixed because the bid to cover was so bad. Yeah, I probably wouldn't add to puts here. Maybe at 51.70. Like, if this failed, I'd be more confident in adding to puts. But right now, there's still a bit of a struggle going on at the 75 strike. And if bulls went out, we could still test 80, 90. So I think whoever wins here and gains control of momentum is in a really favorable position. Auction wasn't bullish, it just wasn't bearish. It wasn't overly bearish. It's kind of mixed. No tail, but bad bid to cover. So, and it was a small auction too. So having the bad bid to cover is really not a good look, right? It was only like 20 something billion. I got stopped out of my calls. So you know what that means? Straight up. Still no profit taking on in the money calls. And no capitulation on in the money puts. And even more 5,200 puts coming in. Huh. The Bears are, I mean, Bears just killed a run to 5,200, right? Like, Bulls bought in hard as fuck there. Yeah. And now the fucking Bulls have lost 75. That's not good for the Bulls. This is compelling and interesting. Is this taking advantage of position for PPI tomorrow? I mean, there might be a lot of bulls that want to take profits before PPI tomorrow. right? I mean, the expectations PPI is going to be hot, right? Everyone's gonna. I mean, CPI was hot as fuck, so yeah. I mean, that was impressive. That was a fat fucking chunk of delta that the Bears just crushed. Bulls barely got above 75. They could still change the calculations. Well, they haven't yet. Also, some Chad Bear is just buying 5,200 puts like a fucking madman and just getting like leveraging. Like, that's a huge amount of delta they're leveraging up, right? And it's crushing that charm at 75. Yeah, there's zero DTs. And they've been buying them all day, so you have to assume that their expectation is that it's going to move below 5165, right? Those are 0.95 delta. Jamie Dimon? Hmm. So look to fail the uptrend. Yields are turning back around now. Is the 30-year back above the auction price? High yield 4.331. Yeah. Looks like dollar found a bottom on the 5-minute too. Interesting. First one out the door is free to buy 0 DTE puts, right? Yeah. If this MNQ short works out, I can add to the Pontiff jar. Nice. Hold on one second. Before I turn Chad Bear, say something bullish. We bounced on the trend a little bit. Delta's still falling off though. This is crazy. Dude, if Bears fucking win out on today, that's gonna be nuts. 1 second, I'll be right back. WeBull and Robinhood sell everyone zero DTE puts at 3 p.m. But they don't close your puts on cash settled shit at 3 o'clock. NQ looks like dog shit. Hmm. We got some support, but lower volume. Still no put capitulation. MM's just like pinned at 5170. So we're a bit above LM on the bounce. You keep making fun of bulls. Their self-esteem is recovering, and I can't have that. I don't know if we're gonna get a higher high here. We could make it a lower high. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna fail. Again. Hmm. I thought they were going to try to get it to 5180 because they have like a bunch of out of the money calls locked up there, but so far they've been unsuccessful. Like someone's still loading 75 puts. The 5200s haven't gone up anymore, but they might if this rejects again. Put wall bullish? Well, we're like a bit above the put wall though. Big Nvidia pump. Yeah. Yeah, maybe semis will catch up. Yields are pushing back down a bit here. The 30 is still above the auction price. The Black Swan event is officially in motion. Costco announces its $1.50 hot dog may not be around much longer. How many people are capitalizing on the $1.50 hot dog? Everyone? I had 3 for lunch. Ugh, those things are fucking disgusting. The Glizzy Arb is getting closed. Alright, we got a higher high. Still no 80 test. Alright, I want to see if they add to the 5,200 put on the rejection. Yes. Whoa, a lot. Is anybody buying the fucking call there, though? No, not really. No one's selling calls at 5,200. Someone's buying puts at 5,200. I mean, Bull's only foothold is 5,170, so it's pretty strong. But if the in the money calls at 60 start to like feel pressure and take profit, that's or 70, it's gonna weaken their call wall a lot. Puts aren't really accumulating much here. I mean, somebody bought the 5,200 a bit on that rejection, but no other puts are accumulating. And then calls really aren't either. All right, that's a second top. This is gonna fail a little harder, I think. Bull's gonna get back 75 again. Bears. It's not over yet. Some de-risking here. Ooh, we slipped 75. Can we lose 70? I think all that really matters here is if we lose 70 or not. And we're gonna need, we'll probably need this much momentum to lose it. We're gonna need a shitload of delta to fall off all at once. And even then we could find support just under it. I should realize I have a margin deficit of 125 million. I've been buying 5,200 puts all day instead of calls. Get whistle blown? Hmm. I really hope the trend fails on this. I think we just need like VIX above 14 when the MM starts selling off. That looks like a crazy move, but it's really not. I'm just super zoomed in. Maybe NQ would fail first. Hmm. Ooh, according to Nikkei, BOJ will discuss negative rate exit next week. Foreshadowing. That's a lot of delta. So yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Some of it was also on the chain this morning, but yeah, it's like a little bit more put buying going on now. Yes is rejecting on the trend line, but it still hasn't tested like 42, 46 yet. I think it tested, well, and it did, but not 75. That's more important. Ten-year moving back up. Dollar looks like it's bottoming again. X just dumped? Huh. That Kakudo won't do anything. Yeah, it's possible. More put buying. Some calls are starting to sell off. So we're getting a little bit of capitulation on the bull side. Looks like the 80-90 strike are selling. What's going on with top? Top's not doing anything right now. Apple's failing VWAP. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA looks fine. Meta? Eh. Even more calls selling off. If we keep getting call capitulation, there's a okay put ramp to the downside. It looks like calls are bailing on their out of the money positions, which is exceedingly bearish. That's probably more bearish than the puts. Still want to lose 70 though. Ooh, gold's rocketing. Fun. Oh, because Bank of Japan. It's a nice bounce. Hmm. call and put buying here. Okay, so that looks pretty stable. We're starting to stabilize a little. Kind of in between bullish and bearish momentum. It's got some 322, 5150 P exposure, so now seems like a perfect time for the market to rip to 5300. One second. All right. Yields are starting to turn back up. Ooh, commodities are up a lot today. Hmm. Are you thinking Bulls lose it here? I think it's, yeah, I mean, it's possible. They're still fighting for it a little bit. Like we've gotten a little bit of out of the money capitulation, but not enough yet. And 70 is Like a serious fucking support. We'd either need more capitulation out of the bulls. Like they start dumping the 75, not just the 80 and the 90, but like actually dumping some of their delta at the money, or we would need to see like a sell off in futures, which we may be closer to than seeing bulls capitulating. But a sell off in futures would trigger like call stops, right? Why are AMD options so expensive? Because the IV's sky high. Apple caught a bid again. What's Nvidia doing? Why so serious? I'm not. I'm just really interested in how this is going to play out. Generally, we don't see any, like, usually something like this happens and we just get instantaneous capitulation from all bearish positioning. So the fact that bears are holding on and bulls are giving up like out of the money targets is kind of, I mean it's not very interesting probably for today, but it's very interesting in what that means over the next few days. When it's quiet, I can hear your deep, beautiful centaur breaths. It's very soothing. Please consider a career in ASM recordings if this whole trading thing doesn't work out. Okay. The stream's already tagged for ASMR. That's part of the entertainment offering. But thank you. A couple months ago, you were talking about Greeks going into SLD and their significance to the outcome of SLD. Where did we go into this one with the respect to what you were talking about? Significantly above gamma neutral. Which means that sell-offs during SLD are probably unlikely to breach gamma neutral. Jensen Wang keeps baked soft goods in Tupperware. Nice. I like that you're doing some ground level advertising. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd said. I don't like it. Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that. But that's the way she goes. I wonder if we'll ever break yesterday's high or even test it. Ball's picking up again. Hmm. $2 o'clock. All right, call positioning starting to peak again here. Am I sold 51.75p safe? Probably not. 5150 is out of the picture, I assume. No, if we lose 70, so the 65 calls have been selling off a bit. The out of the money calls are selling off a bit. So if we lose 70 now, it's far more significant than it was earlier. Like earlier, most of the defensive positioning was at like 65, 60. But now it's just at 70. Theta and bulls are messing up my life. Yeah, we're only $10 higher than like the lows from today. We're just that's just Theta. This is really grindy. Beyond small squeezy. Still not a lot of covering on Beyond. I think it's just IWM. IWM's up a lot. It's up almost like 200 BPS today. Or well, I guess not IWM, but is that because the contract rolled 60 BPS. Still significantly more than ES, which is basically just flat on yesterday, and NQ's still down a lot. It'll be wild if bulls break 5180 here. It's not that wild. We've gotten within 83 cents of it. I think it would be more wild as if they don't, actually. Like if we fail to break 5180 or even test it. This hasn't been great for the accumulation of more bullish positioning. Yeah. Alright, let's see what's going on ES. So we got a lower high, and then another lower high. Still no sellers. NQ doing. NQ kind of looks like it topped out at 18.4. Well, 18,398. Fucking yields are almost back to where they were before the auction. The 10-year is moving up quick. I don't see how this isn't putting any pressure on the dollar. I guess yen, but I've been in and out of your stream. Wanted to know what the outlook for today was. Are we pumping due to the bond data? We got a little bit of a pump due to the lack of a tail on the 30-year auction. But it looks like yields are recovering from the drop, which is not bullish. There's a lot of call side support at the 4170 level. I think there's a small chance that we could fail that, and if we do, there's a put ramp all the way down to like 5150. That's also where the concentration of like OI is right now, or incoming OI has been. So mean reversions to 5150 should be fairly commonplace, both to the up and downside. Do you think bears are positioning themselves now for tomorrow's data similarly to how bulls did for CPI earlier this week? I don't think aggressively. We're not seeing like a lot of positions come in for tomorrow or anything yet. At least not for At least nothing that looks like neutral positioning at this level. It seems that there's an expectation from both bulls and bears that price isn't really gonna close right here. But MM would like it to close around 5170 right now, but I think if we get the momentum to even test 5170 right currently, we could lose 5170. So we'll see. There's still 2 hours left in the day. Dollar's starting to bounce a little bit. Looks like it caught a bid. Still no fucking volume though. Let's see where we're getting all our the fuck. Saddle up. I really hope not. That would suck. No, we could lose 70, test 50, then bounce back to 70 into close, right? Then we'd wipe out any bearish positioning to the downside of the chain, and bulls would have the advantage going into tomorrow. Nancy did not tell me to buy puts on US Steel. I'm unsubscribing for her stock twits group. That sounds great. Let's do that. We'll see. I'd be surprised if something like that happened this early. But man, the out of the money bullish positioning is really just not it's not accumulating. Usually when we have this much effort put into holding the price in place, you get a lot of out of the money call accumulation, right? Like bulls will be buying, 80, 85, 51.95, right? And they're not buying any of those. They're selling some of them, and they're selling some in the money calls, which is not, it's not like a good look. How's that big spike in the rolling chart now looking? It's on the daily. It doesn't move very much. Almost exactly the same as it looked earlier. On the 15-minute, we formed a bit of a right-angled descended broadening formation, which is usually bullish. Cool. I'm ashamed at how much I looked at stock twits in 2020. Yeah, but was anything wrong in 2020? Like Motley Fool and stock twits were the most right they've ever been in, because you just buy anything and you made money. That's cheating. Yeah. I looked into the night sky and the alignment of Uranus is bullish. Thank God. StockTwit's comments sometimes are A+ quality, brain dead funny. I don't ever make stock trades based on them though. I don't think I've ever been on that website. I've seen screenshots, but that's it. Was it beyond covering, or is it just moving with the market? I think I'm not seeing any covering on it. I think it's just like getting some pressure from IWM running, or R2K. R2K is up a bit today. I don't think there's ever a like. I know you guys like to ask me a lot, but I don't think there's ever a question when you have covering on short vol stocks versus when it's just like grinding with the market. Covering on short vol positions is very fucking obvious. You wouldn't be asking me if it was happening. You'd be like, "There's covering going on Beyond," and it'd already be at $10. We'd still be asking, probably. You see a bottom for Boeing anytime soon? Listen, man. Think of the whistleblower's family, alright? Is SEX covering or is it just moving with the market? Why is Carvana up? Because it's a meme? I don't know. Why do you expect it to be down? Why are you still selling short calls on it after it got the fucking analyst upgrade last week and the short calls barely printed? The bottom for BA is the Marianas Trench. No, it'll never, like, they're never going to go out of business or anything, right? It's just, they've got a lot of bad PR and lawsuits to deal with and fines. And all of that shit's going to take a long time to shake out. Ooh, NQ's selling off a little bit. Starting to get some volume on the downside, too. One of these days. Hmm. Nvidia's breaking down a little bit. Might lose 900 again. Why do you think the DoD would allow Boeing to fail? Yeah, that's not happening. I mean, even with all the problems, airlines are still buying like 737 Maxes.
They're like a great deal now, right? Because they come with all kinds of free maintenance. Checking in if you have your own prediction for PPI. Hot, flat. I'll probably write something up on it tonight. I generally don't do like any kind of assessment for PPI, but I would imagine that it's probably still going to be pretty hot. I think the expectation is that it's going to be a little bit cooler than last month, but if it's above zero point 0.4, it's going to move the year over year core up, which is bad. Also, super core was like 0.6 last month, and if that's elevated again, it's going to freak everyone out because that's like what the Fed looks at. Like the super core CPI and PPI prints, the X, what is it? X food, energy, and trade, I think. But I don't think the shipping situation's improved at all. Shipping costs between Asia and Europe are still going up. We go to Pamplona end of day. I've always wanted to see the running of the bulls. No, 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 no. So if PPI is hot, that's bearish because that means companies are paying more money. That means margins are going down. People don't like hot PPI. Hot CPI is fine. Fuck the consumer. The CEO that would go so far to make whistleblowers go away. What the CEO had no involvement. I thought we've already established he had depression issues that were obviously exacerbated by the lies that he was telling in his deposition over several weeks. And that caused him to smuggle a double barrel Glock into a hotel parking lot where he decided to end it all. Paper hands. I heard he shot himself 7 times in the back of the head. 7 guns. Yeah. They found all 7 in the trunk of the vehicle. How do you have details regarding the shut up. Was the Glock built by Boeing? No, it worked. He was just cleaning his gun in the hotel parking lot and had a negligent discharge. Multiple negligent discharges. That sucks, Surface Smurf. That's why I make it a habit to not know any children. Why did RC do this to the whistleblower? Because he told him he's using his Q-tips wrong. Hey, look, Jimmy announced earnings last night and they shorted the fuck out of it today. Awesome. It's up 2%. Yeah, they're still shorting the fuck out of it. CCJ getting clapped. Euro getting clapped too. People still trade that piece of shit? I mean, if it's gonna run 50% every like 6 months, why not? This is the worst movement today. It is. Yeah, I know it's up 2.17%. They're still shorting it. So here, it'd be up more if they weren't. This action makes me miss bouncing in a $5 range. It really sucks. If it's any consolation, things aren't getting more bullish or bearish. I'm way too zooted for this type of trading range. uh I had a lunch meeting. Are the puts still there at 5,200? I haven't actually looked for a minute. Hold on. Yes, but less of them. Or there's more calls. Hold on. Oh, there's just more calls. There's less puts too. God, this is fucking boring. So bulls are still shooting for 5,200? No, bulls are shooting for like 5,180. Puts are all still there. None of the fucking puts have closed. I guess there's a few less at like 5,200, but there's more at 75 now. And the ones at like 170, 160, 55 and 50 haven't moved all fucking day.
This is what we're dealing with. Icebergs. Yellen says we expect housing inflation will come down this year. The inflation trend is favorable, but don't expect a smooth path. Didn't she say last month that we were on a smooth path to 2% inflation? I feel like that's a direct quote. Can I have a 50 bips move on NQ? Ooh, that'd be cool. Is the condor here a bad move? It could be because end of day positioning is gonna probably increase volatility into the last like 30 minutes. Maybe not. I don't know. And there's always a risk with selling 0 DTE condors. I'd say just be prepared to hedge off one side if you have to. Fucking volume's dead right now. Ooh. It's a slow burn. Alright. Little bullish push here. Looks like it's gonna fail again. So we get a retest 51.70, 425. Volume picking back up? Maybe soon. Not really.
A little push on NQ again. NQ's getting a little bit of volume. Oh, I hate this. Let's have a look at Sega. Sure. God, I hate pharma. Why is everybody always trying to buy fucking therapeutic solutions for lethal pathogens? I mean, this doesn't sound like a company that makes money. They make, so I don't know how to put this nicely, but I'll try. They make therapeutic solutions for diseases that exist in a countries that don't have money. Now, if you think about this, you can understand pretty easily why this is not a great business model. Now look at Lilly. They make drugs so 40-year-old moms can lose that baby weight, or so fat fucks can keep eating fast food 2 to 3 times a day. Look at their market cap. And then look at the market cap of the company that makes drugs to save people's lives in third world countries. Who, despite their lack of growth, seems to have decided to pay out a dividend. I'd highly not recommend eating fast food 2 to 3 times a day on one of those drugs. It'll be a bad time. Poops. Wild ride on the SPX today. No. Ooh, hey, look. Volatility is getting shorted. Why? To what end? To buy more puts? No one's ever done that. Oh, what a wet bag of shit. I hate this fucking market sometimes. The MM's not even winning big. They want the price at 51.70. Uranium news? I don't know. Is there? Ooh, what's SRF at? Can I buy some again? Eh, not really.
I think CCJ announced they're increasing production, and it's exploring options to expand production. Oh, and DNN started operations at McLean Lake. Everyone's piling on. Uranium Producers of America forecast a need for 8 to 10 new mines if U.S. consumption continues on its current trajectory. Uranium production in America bottomed at 2019 at an all-time low of 174,000 pounds from a peak of 44 million pounds in 1980. Hmm. Durable. Do we stagnate into close, do you think? Unless someone makes a move, yeah. Neutral positioning isn't really set up for tomorrow yet, so that could drive a bit of volatility once it starts coming in. But we're probably not going to see most of that come in until the end of the day. Still a shitload of puts at 51.50. 313, 314. Let's see what tomorrow looks like. Ooh. Tomorrow's tomorrow's basically just a big fucking call wall at 51.70 right now. There's a bit of a ramp up to 5,200 for tomorrow. We're starting to get a few puts coming in to the underside of 51.70. So 65 is a little bearish, but not much. I don't think we've seen the rest of like the neutral put positioning come in yet. Gamma in this range is actually pretty flat on Friday. Most of the call interest is like 75, and then it just kind of falls off. Not a lot to the upside either. Just 52. It's like 52, 50, 51.75, and then 5100. A futures dump or the rest of the in the money calls sell off. But I would say, yeah, that's probably the only thing that's gonna
And there's no out of the money calls being bought either, right? So it's just we're just getting a ton of chop. Futures might still dump though. I mean that was a pretty hard rejection on the upside test. Downside test, wait, 51, 23, 20. That's like 55-ish. Oh. Just yank the dang rug already. Jesus. Just float here all day. This is almost as fucking boring as Monday. I made like $2 on that pump. Nice. Oil's doing really good. It's up almost 300 BPS. That's not inflationary, right? Just ignore this. Just ignore oil and gold rocketing. It's no big deal. You tell me to take profits. Lost connection there and about snapped my leg. Why? Theta Gang is winning. For now. Oh, holy fuck. Are we almost... We're trading at 51.73? This is the most bearish price action of the entire day. Well, they've got vol shorted down, so now if they let it drop into all the puts and then reposition neutral into close, volatility won't even touch 14. It's perfect. We're not going to 4,200 right now. Are Friday puts worth it on SPX, or will Theta eat them up over 2 nights? I don't know. What strike are you thinking? PPI is tomorrow, and that's probably going to be more, maybe more important than anything we get on Friday. 5140? You just need hot PPI. That's kind of what you'd be betting on. I don't know if I'd hold them into Friday. Risky. Charm's positive. I probably wouldn't buy puts for this week. Definitely not to hold overnight. Because like you have to get hot, like you pretty much have to get hot PPI. Now you tell me. I've said this like a million times. We're above GN. Stop buying puts with Theta, you greedy fuck. The idea that we could have caused SREF to get dumped in the last hour, it fell by 5% fairly quickly. I can't see any news. I don't know. I didn't sell any. There was some news about like some new mines coming online, but I mean it takes years to get those up and running. Like you could get 5140s, but I might hedge the upside in case the print moves the other way. How many DTE straddle will you get for tomorrow though? I mean for the upside I'm not gonna buy a lot of Theta. I'll probably buy Fridays on the call side, and then I don't know, maybe like next Wednesday on the put side. Generally speaking, our trend has been bullish, right? So I don't buy a lot of Theta on the call side of the straddle. Are you still holding? I have some beyond positioning. I got a little bit when it was trading at 8, some synth longs, but not a ton. I'm not actually waiting on beyond because of beyond. I'm waiting on beyond because I think indexes are going to sell off a bit. I'm trying to buy like swing trade short dated puts, Larry. So people are trying to play like out of the money above GN targets on puts. That's a bad idea when we're trading above gamma neutral. So they're not buying a lot of Theta. They're buying like a few days of Theta. If you're buying a lot of Theta and way out of the money, I mean, that's more of a Vega play than anything else. But trying to play like gamma or or a delta on puts is a bad idea above GN. Jesus H fucking Christ. This is bullshit.
Hmm. Starting to pick up a little bit of volatility and positioning, but not a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Future sellers keep stuffing that range. Almost power hour. Hmm. Why would it sell off at 3 p.m.? PPI's before market open tomorrow. We're probably gonna end the day somewhere around 5170. The question is, do we go below 5170 and then end up back at 5170? Or do we go above 5170 and end up back at 5170? Long equity vol. Today's closing price 5172.84, but I wouldn't mind a nice end of day crash to 5150. Vol's picking up a little bit here. Although options positioning isn't changing much. Kind of flat. Most upticks in put buying is just being met with the same in calls, but we'll see. Ooh. Test. And 50,000 delta. No? What's happening? There we go. Oh shit. Bears sold more delta than bulls bought. It's the end of times. That's the most bearish thing that could have feasibly happened. Oh man. The bears are eating the bulls alive. What's going on here?
I'm not even gonna move the line. Dude, can we break 70? That'd be fucking nuts. That can't be real. Oh shit. Another leg down? Red candles? It's just wishful thinking, Jen. 2 p.m. margin call. It's 3 o'clock. I feel like I'm shadow banned. Bips. What's up, Trash Panda? Margin calls are not adjusted for DST. Bears are gonna need to fucking buy a lot more puts than that if they want to move this shit. The battle for 70. We've concluded the battle for 75, and now we're fighting it out for 70. How exciting. Ooh. Call selling and put buying. That's so aggressive. Yeah, tech's holding up a bit. Although NQ looks the most poised to sell off out of the big indexes. It's holding, but it looks like shit. ES is actually getting a little bit of downside volume. I'd like it to get way more. Especially right here. Oh yeah. I think if we get back below 52.36.75, and a few more sellers.
Yeah, Beyond's got a little bit of a pump. There's actually a little bit of covering on Beyond. Not much, but a tiny bit. It doesn't matter. They're gonna short it back down tomorrow anyway. Oh, come on. So fucking close. Yes! Don't just find support again. Keep going. Ah, bullshit. Fucking bears buying puts all goddamn day. Can't even get them in the fucking money. Ooh, Apple's dumping. What's Nvidia doing? Pumping, of course. Ooh, yeah, sell off. If this actually sells off to like 5160 or 5150, it's gonna reverse so fucking hard. It's gonna blow your pants off. If I'm not wearing pants, I'm just gonna blow you. Do not full port the 5150. It's that would be very stupid. Yeah, I mean, bears are pushing a little. They've got all this fucking out of the money puts they bought. All they gotta do is get away from 5170 and it's clean sailing. '65 is actually put heavy for tomorrow. Hmm. Sell volume's picking up on ES. The fighting over the 5170 strike? Bet. Yeah, I mean, the 5170 stacked not only today, but tomorrow too. But if bulls can, or if bears can like push this down into their puts, like their out of the money puts, they can force the calls to capitulate and reposition, which is what they should have done on Monday. Wouldn't they want to let it drop so they can get puts off the chain? It's a little less desirable now that they've been building like straddles into tomorrow, but yes and no. They've got vol low enough that they should be able to let it drop without having to worry about like VIX closing above 14. Like I think even if we dropped to like 5150 right now or like 5155, VIX probably would only like test 14, especially if they can stall it on the way down. Ooh, Microsoft's selling off too. Just need Apple and Nvidia to dump back below VWAP. How are beyond tips looking? It looks like there's like a little bit of covering going on right now, but not a ton. We should start to get more and more FTDs as we get into like the OPEX period. And then again towards the end of March.
Alright, the 10-year is now already higher than it. The 10-year is almost back at 4.2. Dollar's moving up quite a bit. Moving back up. 30 years getting pretty close to its pre-auction price. Futures found support 52.34, but not a lot of volume on the bounce yet. All the at the money volume is going to be huge on SPY for tomorrow. PPIs in the morning. Motherfucker. Okay. Okay, all the 80 and most of the 75 calls sold off. So now there's more puts at 75 than there are calls. But 70 is still strong. In the money call buying at 60. It's a big fucking dump. Someone's still buying puts though. 70, 60, 70, 65. What's QQQ doing? Not as big a bounce as everything else. That's interesting. Calls selling off on the bounce is maybe a good sign. Oh, beyond looking spicier. We already went over this. There's some covering on beyond. It's also just the 850 is going in the money.
I might test 9-ish. We'll probably short it back down tomorrow. They've still got liquidity. Alright, was that a hard enough bounce to keep VIX from spiking? Are they going to keep buying puts or not? Yes, no, maybe? No? $322. Head and shoulders on the 15-minute on ES. Buy volume's still pretty weak. MQ's starting to fail. One sec. Nice. Hmm. How the fuck did NQ find support? 18,350? All bulls have to do is capitulate on a little bit of the 70 for tomorrow. So if they get just spooked out a little bit, whoosh. That sell volume is picking up again. Yeah. Let the delta go. Nice. Oh shit, I have puts. Haha. Hmm. Nice. Ugh. What a day. Are you a sentient Bloomberg terminal? No, I just have a good understanding of institutional positioning and strategy. Not necessarily VUP. The bounce actually doesn't have a lot of volume. We might start to see positioning constant. Like, there's going to be a big bounce after all the volatility, but we might actually see positioning start to concentrate um at the money for neutral positioning for tomorrow.
Especially if more, like, so if we get rejected on the bounce at all, more of the 4170s or 5170s are going to sell off, right? So this rejection's really bad because they're going to start trying to position at the money. And there's a shitload of OI at 5150. So it kind of has a gravitational effect. Sometimes you just have to hold your fucking put all goddamn day and believe in yourself. Because you are a stock god. Richie Zillions, thank you so much. And thank you, the rest of you put overholders, for believing in me. Welcome to Kordashan, nerds. That's on you, Gherk. This is definitely a cult. Probably. But let's not talk about it. Did they get 5170 into close? Maybe. Wish it was a 1650 strike. Bulls are trying. They're not gaining a lot of ground. And momentum is... Well, I guess... Momentum could turn in their favor. Not yet. But soon. Maybe before the end of the day. Let me see what that did to the positioning, because that's gonna fuck everything up. Alright, let's see. So shitload of puts at 5150 now. Looks like all of the 5170 calls sold off. We got a decent amount of puts coming in at 5160 for tomorrow, which is really what's going to matter here. So there's still 65 puts for tomorrow, but if we can get over those, it looks like the Bulls only sold off about 10% of their 5170 position. So all the 5170s for today are gone, but about 10%, only 10% of the 5170s for tomorrow. So the only way we dump here is if they close the more of the 5170s for tomorrow. Otherwise, we should mean revert back to where we were. I told you guys those bears weren't buying all those fucking puts for nothing. I played the Cornichon song. I was just talking through it. Bear song time? I don't know. I'm afraid if I play it, it'll work. That's not exactly bullish. Dave, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Dave and Richie a shout out for hooking you up. My CFD is on the my CFD is the floor. There's a lot of fucking puts at 51.50 now. I got fucking torque. Winning. Yep, I know. Does that mean I own him for a month? What are you gonna do with him? Because I need him for stuff. Does that move indicate anything for tomorrow's data? No, not at all. It was just positional. I'm so proud of the Bears today, though. They put up the good fight. And they didn't shit the bed when it mattered. I think what matters. I think it matters how this speaks to like bullish positioning and what bulls are trying to achieve with their upside moves, which is kind of what I wrote about last night. I don't think I don't think in the near term things are getting more bullish. I think they're getting quickly more bearish, and a lot of the effort over the yesterday and today was to rescue calls that they had left behind. They were weaker than I expected them to be in the early part of the day, and that led to them capitulating sooner. And they didn't get their 4,200, 4,195 tests, but um, they're giving up a ton of positioning on Friday. And none of the data's been good, right? Like broadly, I think we're seeing a big shift in like index momentum, which means we might get like a couple weeks or months of downside. I'm very excited. It's almost time. I can finally be bearish again, like full time bearish. Stop edging us. It's looking like it. I mean, I want to wait till after OPEX to confirm, but yeah. I'm definitely predicting just before Dork tries to front run me like a bastard. I'm definitely predicting I'm gonna predict Black Monday at the members only stream. It's my turn. I've waited long enough. Yeah, fuck you, Dork. Fuck you. You got Black Monday in February. Yeah, that's why I let you have Black Monday in February. No, I'm not talking to you about full porting 5150Ps. I'm the resident doomer. I mean, Dirk, I'm not telling you what you can and can't do with your weekly prediction. I'm just telling you that I'm predicting Black Monday. I've already drawn the line. You can predict Black Monday too if you want. I just want you to know that you're going to be the second one to do it. Isn't Black History Month February? Predicting even Blacker Monday. I mean, JFresh is just gonna go up to 5250, right? Fanta Black Monday. There's so much vol here for bulls to short and to close. What are they doing? Are we straddling for PPI tonight? Yeah, I'm going to, but I'm gonna wait and see if we end up at 5170 first. This is a non-zero contingency of market participants who are just algo pumping the market with dispersion trades and penises. It's not a penis, it's just the gamma symbol. Ooh, I wonder how much charm drops off Friday. What if it's Black Friday? What if we're idiots, Dork? My penis is a gamma symbol. If you were poor and wanted to strangle PPI, would you hit SPY, IWM, or QQQ? That's a good question. I think QQQ, just because it has a little bit less supportive positioning than IWM does right now. IWM's in a weird place. Be a man. Short Tesla. Me, Dork, J-Fresh, and Carl should all get naked, dress up as witches, and run around on brooms for quad witching. Ooh, yep. That's gonna be the team building meeting, Dork. Every quad witching, we just run around the office on brooms naked. It's not a normal weekend for you. I mean, the naked part, but what makes that special? Well, it's quad witching. It's called Quidditch. Yeah, we could play that game that Boeing invented. Catch the snitch. Man, I'm really running this Boeing ground into the joke. Or Boeing joke into the ground. Words. Maybe to make it special, we cover ourselves in butter. Huh. Boeing likes to run things into the ground too. Clip it? You guys can clip it. You got the thingy. I don't dyslexia have. What's up with Beyond? They're gonna push it down from here. Are we starting to squeeze? There's no squeeze, okay? Remove that word from your vocabulary, please. Dear God. Um, they'll probably just short it back down. 850s went in the money. We got a little bit of covering, but I don't think it'll last. There's still some liquidity left. Whoever had the zero GTU puts, close out of them or hold them open like a Chad. They're currently holding them open. Like a Chad. Okay, bulls failed. Shitty bulls. Do I just hold these into close and toe ring them? Wait. Hold on. There's 8 minutes. There's a lot of puts at 60. Holy shit. This is fucking awesome. What a great day. I mean, it wasn't, but like a shit day. Ending on such a high note, though. Does anybody know the best place at Discord to post a juicy screen grab for Trash Dan? I mean, you do, I assume. 401k started to sweat, and Gherk is ecstatic because Vol moved up. That's all I care about, Dork. I told you when we first met that I could never love you as much as you needed because I would always love volatility more. You said you were okay with that. He thought he could fix you. What day is today? Is today Wednesday? Fucking imagine this. SPX red on a Wednesday. It's a crazy world we live in. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what happened to positioning tomorrow. All right. So looks like puts at 51.65 are pretty much the same. We got a uptick in puts at 51.30 and a giant pile of fucking calls at 51.70. I'm getting Friday calls. Well, I have Friday calls. I'm gonna buy puts for next Wednesday. I've been stuck in meetings. Sorry if you addressed this already. Beyond, that seems like a lot of volume. How are the tips? Tips are fine. There was a little bit of covering on Beyond today, mostly because the 850 calls went in the money. I still think they have a decent amount of liquidity though. And despite the run up today, we'll probably see it get shorted back down tomorrow. Or as soon as IWM offers up some liquidity. I would have saved my port. What did you do wrong? I sold my dead puts at 329 right before my meeting. I legit feel only pain now. Oh no. The dead puts were the play. They went up to $15. I'm so sorry, Thunder. You have terrible luck. Or decision making. Volatility up, downatility up, roundaboutity up, Dixie Smixy, donkey up, tips touching, convexity, Dixity, rippity up. Why not both? It was a faith-based play, so I understand the hesitation.
You had to believe in the essence of the bears. Dr. Seuss has already written extensively about the stock market. I would I would point to classics such as Hop on Pop or One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. I sold my Beyond for a profit. Okay, that's cool. How now, brown cow? Hop on Pop is a book that's written about pump and dumps. Boeing sponsored one of his books. It's called Snitches and Other Stories. There's my personal favorite. There's a Walk It in my pocket. You could, yes. LSD. You can also do that to head short straddles or strangles. Have you guys ever read Dr. Seuss's The Seven Lady Godivas? Where he took a pot shot at drawing boobs? What's reading? Never mind. There's a rocket in my pocket. Ding ding. What a day, man. That was. Fuck, I hope we never have to do that again. And I'm still a little pissed that we only tested 5151 and not 5150, but I'll live with it. No problem. Can we watch futures drop? They probably won't. They'll probably climb the rest of the way back up to to 5170. But anyway, here we are. Finding support on the lower trend. If PPI is hot tomorrow, shit's gonna get wild. And we'll be here for it. Broad commodities moving up today. Yields kind of stabilizing a bit in the upper range. Saw them pull back at the end of the day. On dollar finding a bit of resistance. Yields eventually did climb back higher than they were at the auction. So there's still, there's still a lot of short pressure on bonds there. I don't think there's any international like things to worry about tonight. No, we're just pretty much. I think we're pretty much just going. We have some like stock inventory by foreigner shit and stuff in Japan, but nothing. No big prints. So pretty much just right into PPI and retail sales tomorrow morning. Retail sales is going to be really important.
If retail sales is up, that's going to be strong for the dollar. But if retail sales is down and PPI is hot, they're going to kind of work against each other. Um, so we could end up, I would say if that outcome occurs, we could end up with kind of a flat day where we get, like the dollar's down because of retail sales, but up because of inflationary pressure, right? And just kind of end up flat. Not ideal, but um, be aware of that. And that, that we'll have that information before market open. After market open, I think we have like business inventories and no big auctions tomorrow. Yeah, just inventories after market open. So we'll see. Hot PPI is a little more bearish, I think, than hot CPI. I think hot CPI is in fact bullish. Like the market reaction is bullish. And I think hot PPI, the market reaction is bearish. So if PPI is hot, 51.25. Depends on how hot, but I would say that bears are much better positioned for PPI than they were for CPI. So they did a better job today, holding positioning in place and building up their out of the money positioning instead of, building it up in the early part of the day because they got greedy and then getting squeezed out into close. So I think bears are a little better positioned for this, and I think bulls are a little worse positionally. Um, Obviously, losing 75 into close is a big deal. It means there's less positive charm going into tomorrow, 70 as well. Um, and then losing 50 on top of that, which we could if PPI is hot in the pre market, would shift most of that charm in the Bears' favor. And then all that would be left would be like 5100, which is the biggest, probably the biggest strike anywhere near us right now. Um, if we were to lose 5100, that would be very bearish. And then remember, a lot of that charm that's currently positive falls off Friday morning, with the rest of it falling off Friday afternoon. So going into Friday market open, things can get bearish anyway, regardless of where we close tomorrow. But the more bearish tomorrow, the more bearish Friday would be, I think. Anyway, so just an idea on that. I'll do like a bigger write. I want to check some shipping data and stuff. But I'll do a write up tonight on PPI for tomorrow, so you guys have maybe a little bit better idea of where it's gonna land. I think I was pretty spot on with CPI again this month, right? Yeah, I was. So core down. So we're still seeing a lot of short vol, but a lot of this short vol has been pulling back. And overall, total, even though we're seeing a lot of short vol where it matters, right in that VIX window, we're seeing total Vega exposure on the chain pull back quite a lot. So we continue to see Vega exposure on the MM reduce. We still got yields tightening. They beat the shit out of the forward yield on vol today. Although some of this, I believe, is the futures roll. So we're probably more like right here. Oh shit. This'll correct itself, but we're probably more like right here. Still, negative, but not as negative as this would appear to be. I gotta figure out how to fix that. Move, I'm not sure if that's printed yet, but I feel like bond vol should be up today. Skew yesterday pretty flat. Still about 80% of the S&P trading over its 20-day average. And a little bit of a bump here in VIX, cash VIX correlation. So I think yesterday we were around like 40.9. Today we're at 41.28. So still pushing short vol into the OPEX. What is super cool is we're now only pricing in 70 points of rate cuts, which means next week's FOMC meeting could be disastrous if they cut back on the rate cuts or their narrative is more hawkish. Because we could price out fully one or two more cuts, which would be logical. Honestly, it wouldn't be bad. That would be better for our economy because three cuts this year on rising inflation with a strong labor market's fucking stupid. Have a flappy evening, dude. Putzer for overholding. Thanks, Puddin' Flaps. I appreciate it, dude. I know a lot of you guys had questions about Beyond, so in an effort to not have you DM me all night, let me just touch on this real quick. Most of the day on Beyond, we weren't really seeing any covering. But we were seeing upside, and this was largely driven by positive pressure on IWM. And then into the end of the day, we saw a bunch of covering and a big breakout. And this is what got everyone all excited. Largely, this is the effect of the 850 strike going in the money. As far as liquidity goes, there's still plenty more, right? If we look at periods where they've kind of maxed that out, we're very far away from that. They could still short this down more. It's harder because it's on reg show right now. But I would expect that any drop in IWM that opens up liquidity will open up an advantage for short sellers to get price down a little bit. Now, what does happen during these periods because of this interchange with the positive, like the long calls and the covering over time, is that these positive price improvement days net higher and higher over time, right? And I talked about this kind of a bit on the weekend stream, but I'll cover it again for any of you guys that kind of missed this. Is we're not really looking for like a big spike and a squeeze up to gamma max. What we're looking for is positive price improvement that incrementally day over day nets out to be positive. Part of this is the effect of it being very hard to short the underlying, limited liquidity, and the interplay with long calls, right? And so when you hit long calls like we did today, you tend to get a big spike in buy pressure. And that creates like say 8% performance for today, right? And then say they short back tomorrow on a drop in IWM, well maybe they only get like 5%, right? And they've got to push up the borrow rate, they've got to hit those ETFs, they've got to get all that excess liquidity to drive the price back down. And because shorting is inefficient on a stock that is on reg show and in the middle of forced covering, you end up with the inefficiency benefiting the long side, right? And so, over 20 days of that, you might have like 30% positive price improvement total. And so eventually that'll push up into the levels where we have delta neutral and gamma neutral. And once we start pushing up into those levels, right, because the synthetic shorts are pushing, so we have both actually. So part of getting that liquidity to continue shorting forces the longer and longer calls, right? So the is becoming incrementally, as they get liquidity, they make the longer and longer calls, and so you get those flip points on the moving closer to spot, and you get spot moving closer to the and when they cross over, that's when you get the rest of your run, and that should blow out all the liquidity. Liquidity becomes very ample, and then they're able to get it off reg show, and the cycle starts again. So I hope that helps you guys understand that a little bit and prevents you from asking me questions about it, because I don't want to answer them. Thank you guys all so much. I hope you have a lovely evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.